So we got like a 80, 80, 80, AP, potentially AP here. Not sure if we care enough about Udyr to really build for him. So we could probably go boots straight into a Thornmail, and then straight AP. Would you like to? Ever seen a soul? Would thou like to? Yeah. Fight her! Boop, 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 boop. Double armor cloth. Shoot her! Shoot her, ADC! Shoot her now! How about now? How about now? Alright. My ADC is terrible. I'm a little split on this one. Italian. Italiano. God, he had the thing. He had the thing and the places. That's what he had the whole time. He had the thing and the places the whole time. Granted, I should have probably flayed the Lulu into this trap. I wasn't thinking about it. I didn't think she was going to. ADC needs to come up here and help. See, and that right there is why I always steal kills when I play support, and everyone always gets me in trouble for doing it. Because right there, if I just auto attack the Lulu before she even, like, I don't know if she flashed or what. I can't trust the ADC. I am up levels. I will slobber one of these guys with her help. All right. Hey, I'm just a little psycho. I'm just a little bit psycho. Hey, I'm just a little psycho. 'Cause my ADC is down a lot of farm. This is quite dangerous for my ADC. Not sure if there's much I can do here. Because Lulu has her thingy majigger mabobber thing. Of course, got the good old gangplank, and we got the good old. Hey, I'm just a little psycho. Na 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 da da. Bum bum ba da bum. Hey, I'm just a bit psycho. They nerfed these potions. Only go 100 health now. They used to be like 120 or something. Oh my god, I auto-attacked the Herald. And nobody else tried to do anything with that fight. Oh my goodness. Strongest Thresh in the game, and just my teammates can't do anything. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that confidence. Look at that. Tingled. I doubt I can stop his back, but whatever. Hey, I'm just a bit psycho. Yeah, the misfortune's just a bit too strong for me. Crap. Sorry, pup. My foot went numb. We're just a little thresh. I'm just gonna walk back. I can't. How about you kill the freaking ADC, my people? Dinkley. Shit. Can't even proc it. It's a lot of physical damage. Udyr has quite a bit of magic damage, but I'm not super worried about him. We still got 2 drags, basically. I think that does damage to him. I'm not sure. Meow. Free armor. Sucks that he's like. We might have to. Drugs are like cracked. Just too much contagion. Oh my god, man, we lost it because the Moo is a badass. That's fine. So we got a Jin. I don't even think we can really win this level 2. This is risky. We need to do this, and then we need to like... Doesn't matter. The Jin loses because he's a Jin. Oh my god. He loses because he's a Jin. All right, so they got AD, or he can go both, I think, but AD, AP. They got 2 strong APs, but I think we still go AD here. Well, no, let's go MR. Let's go MR right now. We're going MR because, I mean, I don't know if those MR or those armor boots affect Yorick's minions, but Kayn uses abilities for the most part, and then Yorick uses his little minions. Silas and Amumu are going to have a lot more, like, just damage in general. And then when we look at, let me look at this. 12% from attacks. If it's talking about basic attacks, I don't know. But Amumu is a really, really strong champion in general. Oh, we didn't have the Stillgate, the Pauldrons. That's why we couldn't get that level 2 that easily. Oh, they lose this big. That's why you let the old auto attack charge and use the old minions. It's like if a Mumu tries to challenge us right now. We have enough minions to mess him up, I think, still. But I'm going to back out on that one. He can get all the experience he wants there. So he grabbed that. We're going to go and get tank item going. So the health is going to help us versus everything. But the Amumu's shred is magic. And I think maybe it's HP based. I don't know. That's a lot of AoE DPS. So I want to get as much magic resist as I can this game. And then just focus on my passive armor to make up for the rest of it with the Thornmail. Or we could go even, like, we could probably go pure tank if we really wanted to, and not even care about going, like, any AP at all. But, I mean, do we want to do that? Also, like, out of all these, like, a Mumu might build a little bit of HP, but I don't really know. He should have just froze it and kept it here. Because now they're going to come back and we're not going to have a freeze. Or we could let it slow push back to us right here. It's like right there, I think Jin should have pushed up with me so we could lock him out of this lane. But if he freezes it right here, they don't get any benefit. They don't get any of these waves when they come back. It would just be stuck. It's ADC, he doesn't know how to There was something right there. I don't know what the hell it was though. It's a good old swing right there. I went sickle for early damage, and I also wanted the other stuff. Let's try to get this under if we can. Oh. I don't know. Maybe I should rush like the MR item first if I'm gonna be doing this. Maybe we should try this build setup with the Jack Show at some point as well. I don't really know if it'd be worth it or not. 8 seconds of combat before it activates, but mental health squall. I need to start predicting these hooks a little bit more. Kane's top. Okay. Silas just went into that upper bush. And he's back. Wow. Oh yeah, good old plant. What was that? Oh no, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. I'm gonna need you to try a lot harder to shoot him in the face. Yes. Look at the range. You got a barrage of auto attacking things that went from like here all the way to over there. 100% hits, 500 shells. It's popping out. I built magic resistance, and none of the magic resistance people actually became that powerful, so I'm a little upset about it. I could go full tank though and not even worry about AP, but I think as a responsible support, we have to have some damage, you know? I like souls. I like souls. I like souls. I like souls. And we get the extra mana regen from the old scythe. Bum 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 bum. 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 Gwen versus Silence? Just got like 16 people over here, no biggie. Sure. Do we help Gwen or do we help the other people? So many decisions. My souls! Give me your soul, Blade. Blade, are you ready to die? I was born ready, motherfucker. Beep. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Souls! Yeah, we're putting in work that game. Alright, so we know that we need the magic resistance for the brand, but everyone else on their team is AD. And every time that we build something that's smart, it doesn't work out. Oh, we forgot to get the bonus damages. The bonus damages. Schmackers. Smackers. So we lose like 40 damage there, or 50. So a fully charged attack is like 100 damage. We cannot allow them to get to level 2. Pop the biscuit. Pop the biscuit. I will flash flay combo her ass here in a second. Oh my god, I fucked it. I fucked up. Something popped up in my face. I didn't get the auto attack. I was supposed to auto attack, flay auto attack, and then when I went to auto attack, he tried to hit a minion or something. And then I tried to flay auto, and I died before I could get the auto off. But also, the Ezreal could have totally flashed with me there and or healed me. He didn't even use heal. Anyway, that Caitlyn should have been dead. 100%. No reason for them not to be dead. Like, absolutely 0% chance that they should be alive right now. Also, this brand's kind of ass. Oh my freaking god, minion. That would have been perfect. It would have been absolutely the perfectest hook that you could have possibly have gotten. It's the perfectest hook that you could have gotten ever. This is like the most passive. Like all these ADDs, he has a dash. He's not using it. He's not trying to be aggressive at all. If this ADC does literally anything besides just stand there and farm, we win. Like this corral. Fucking annoying, man. I don't even care. He doesn't deserve that gold. And he can't even farm. You know who deserves that gold? Thresh. That's who deserves all this gold right now. All that gold deserves to go to Thresh. So with this, I'm tempted to go magic resistance boots, but I think we have to go armor boots. He just- Crap. Something is sketchy here. Looky, looky, looky. Oh, you dick. He didn't take the lantern. So you see, like, he didn't engage at all for that. Me and Echo probably should have pulled off after that. This is a massive wave, so this is a bad deal for us. Like, we lost a lot there. But if Echo takes the lantern right there, Kate dies for sure. I don't even think we needed to worry about Brand, but he's about to hit level 6, so probably get all in here in a second, I'm sure. Especially since he isn't gathering a big wave right here. So right now we need to be gathering a big wave. But since I'm not auto-attacking it because I went sickle, we will get a little bit of a wave going. See, but the Ezreal should be pushing up here with me to keep them from doing whatever they're doing right now. but he's not. In this case, it might be better for us just to, wow. Acts like I don't know how to do it. You know, Talon. Oh, crap. I could have hooked him there, but. Like, you know, Talon wants the cannon right there, so as soon as he goes for it, you can get a free hook, basically. But right now, Ezreal isn't even a champion. Talon and Kha'Zix are popping off, and we should probably help Aatrox. Bot lane's literally gone. Oh man, we might not be able to help him. Well, if he waited for 2 seconds, we might have been able to pick Jace. Oh my god. Did I just kill myself? No. Eh. I didn't see the Jace. Turn on the. Turn on the. Oh, you can do it, boy. You can do it. He literally. Get the hell. Jeez, that's a strong slow. Okay, guess it's 1v2. Oh, beat your ass, Jen. Probably not the best back for me right there. I could have stayed probably. Jen was pretty low, so I probably could have. They have 80, 80, AP, 80, AP, and both of their APs are pretty serious. So, what does that tell you? I forgot to put the extra AD run on my champion as well. I don't know how I get these ADCs today, man. How do you get hooked by a Thresh? He's a Viego Thresh. You got hooked. I don't know if I should have killed myself for him there. If I was alive, I probably could have helped him outfight out a bit more. But Lucian does have the damage, so there is that. Okay. I don't know. I really feel like I needed to change lanes or something. Okay. Let's see if he comes over here. This dog's gas. Oh, crazy. Sheeple. That's not good. I should have just flashed. Mhm. Maybe we should give Jack Show another chance. With proper boots, we might actually be able to stick to our target decently. What you got? You got 3 big ADs there. She's not saving the cannon for me? Oh, you little freeze. That's not good for us. Callista has the wards. Swain. So we need armor and everything else, but right now we need armor. So really need to collapse on this Kindred or the Nasus. God damn it, Mord. Oh shit. God damn. It's working better than it did before, but I don't think it's going to be good enough. So we are a lot of levels down right now. Every time we try the armor item, it sounds so good, but it fails every time because when we build that one item and it gives us 400 health and some defensive stats. It gives us a lot of defensive stats, but it doesn't give us any health. Like 400 health. You know, like we could get a locket which would give us similar stats and help the team. But the HP item, you build that, so good. 1,000 health off of one item, you know? Because we get a free armor item right off the gate. Technically, we could go like double magic resist runes. Balance herself out. Ugh. Yeah, but I'll probably take a break off of that one. Find something to watch. We still need to make our custom magic cards and try to get those in just to see what they're going to be like. We have really good card art that I got saved for some different stuff. I'm probably not going to use this one. This was the original card art that I was going to use for my commander and stuff. I do still like these, but they're kind of like super gaudy, you know? They're a little over the top. They're like demon knights. And that's what I was gonna do at first. Is gonna be Dragon Lord Marlax and have all this crazy, um, huge, like over the top knight stuff going on. Stuff like this. We could see this is like an undead knight kind of dude. I was trying to make like undead versions of a bunch of our different cards. Try to make them like, cause this guy, he's like a skeleton soldier. Like that's pretty cool. This could be like a good token or something. You can make tokens out of this, which I think would be pretty neat. Because we need assassin tokens. We have a zombie knights, assassins, and humans, or soldiers, I should say. Um, the trick is we're going to need to figure out how to balance out the deck in a way that's useful. So what I was thinking is we need, I was thinking we need like 10 or so token, like soldier token producing cards, and then like 10 or so knight type cards, and then 10 or so like um anthem giving cards like my Darien deck has. And then I would have the removals and stuff. And at first I was thinking about removing all of my targeted removal and just putting bows in there. And that would free up 10 slots that I could use for random stuff. But then I still want to give goad and I still want to give uh, uh, tokens and stuff to my enemies. So there's a few cards that let you give you and enemies both tokens, and I could run those instead of token generating cards. I could run spells that generate soldiers for me, and then I could recycle them just like my Darien does. But it takes a lot of mana to do that, and I'm not sure if that's the best call for me. And then I could use the black tutor cards, or I could use things like Ring of Three Wishes and stuff, which costs like 5 mana per use, but you can use it 3 times, which is pretty cool. But there's a lot of stuff like this. It's like an armored knight angel, but these guys have like darker artwork on their characters. It's what I'm kind of looking at. Like this guy, he has a little bit too much green on there for me. But these red and black, I was trying to like, these are all ones I haven't seen before, but like this one is pretty nice. It's a knight or a soldier or whatever with a spear that could very easily be a token or something like that. But we need basically zombie knights. We uh, need zombie knights, we need assassins, and we need soldier tokens. And the idea is I'm going to take Queen Marchesa, which is this chick right here. So she's a 4-drop. She's a death touch haste, and then she gives you the Monarch, which basically lets you draw a card at the end of your turn. But if you get attacked, someone else takes the Monarch from you, and then they can draw a card from the turn. So her basic thing is that you kind of bait your opponents into attacking each other for card advantage. And some of the people that I play with don't really have any card draw or anything, so it could help the games out a little bit and stuff like that. The other thing, though, is at the beginning of your upkeep, if an opponent has the Monarch, you create a 1/1 black assassin creature token. But the thing is also is that we could make this only like a death touch assassin creature token thing, or we could make it an assassin and a knight type thing. Okay, so I'm still on the fence about going knights because if I go for knights, it runs better in the deck, but I will lose quite a lot from my soldiers because a lot of knights automatically have vigilance. We could probably get away with running that because right now I'm trying to run 3 cards. I think 3 or 4 cards or five. I don't know, 3 to 5 cards or so that give all of your creatures vigilance and also make them immune to damage. And I think it's just going to take up too much slots. Whereas if we run knights, we can run knights that make soldier tokens if we wanted to, or we could just use um, soldier token producing spells and not worry about giving them keywords is basically what I'm getting to. But the whole idea around the deck that I'm trying to do is make the soldier tokens more powerful than my enemy soldier tokens so they can't use them against me. I'm trying to do like a Pillow Fort-esque type thing where I'm giving people so many creatures that they don't necessarily want to board wipe, but they can't use those creatures against me because I'll destroy them. And then I'm going to equip my assassin tokens with bows. And so when the assassin token deals 1 damage to a creature, it's basically just going to kill the creature. And I can just keep doing that every turn, which I think is going to be really, really strong. But the other thing is that every single card that's kind of interesting and stuff in Magic, everyone that seems to have a pretty decent effect is a girl. So there's very few cards that I can find that are non-female human characters, and that's what kind of bothers me. So this was another thing I was thinking about using for the commander arts and get rid of Marchesa and put in a different commander. I think I've seen this artwork somewhere before, but I do really like this picture. It does have a dragon in the background, which is really nice, and it has these 2 guys fighting, which I think is pretty cool. And this was like the second runner-up of all of the different kinds of artwork and stuff that I saw. Behind that other one that was like a bunch of armor, because it's going to be Dragon Lord Marlax, so it's going to be my guy in the game. Ideally, that's what I'm trying to make as a backstory and stuff to make sense for me. And this armor here looks pretty good. And the person looks pretty good. The armor looks pretty good. The swords and everything look pretty good. And then he's fighting off against another armored guy, and they're kind of black and red. So the story that I'm trying to piece together for this, because in the Magic the Gathering lore, Queen Marchesa is like a chick who usurped the throne from a guy called like Brago the Eternal, which was like an undying ghost king guy who is like blue white. He's a really strong commander that flickers stuff and it's pretty insane. He's like a super competitive deck. Well, Queen Marchesa is the chick who like killed him. So, and then she does a bunch of like political games and massacres innocents and all kinds of stuff. the lore I'm trying to make behind a character is going to be Dragon Lord Marlax is just in my own personal storyline. He's going to be a guy who basically was like a knight in a kingdom that got destroyed or was like going through turmoil and a lot of chaos, and the people, like, it collapsed and was going into anarchy, and the people were just like killing each other and everything, and the knight ended up going and finding and capturing or working for a dragon, and the dragon brings order to his kingdom. So they're good people trying to survive and do their thing, but he has to like do bad things to keep things running sometimes. And then the dragon might be slowly influencing him, is kind of the theme that I'm going for. So a lot of my decks, I like to have at least one dragon inside of the 99. And this one uh we got a dragon that's decent size that when it attacks creates Black Knight zombies, 2/2 Black Knight zombies with menace equal to the number of creatures that are in our graveyard. So we kind of want a creature heavy deck if we're going to use that as a focus to our deck, I guess. But I also want soldier tokens that I can skull clamp and everything. So I want some sort of soldier token producing stuff. And we could run the Elspeth Planeswalkers because they can make 3 tokens per turn. Those could be pretty decent. But fitting everything, like we need to fit card draw and tutors. And so like we're fixing that how we did Livio basically, where we're gonna have our draw equipments, and then we're gonna have a couple of normal just draw cards that we can dump mana into that are gonna be like secondary things that we can look up. And then we're probably gonna keep, I guess, the creature equipment searches, and then we're going to take in some of the mono black search cards because they can search out any card in your deck, and that's going to be kind of how I try and speed things up a little bit. So our commander is going to have a little bit of card draw on it, and then we can use the assassin tokens for card draw, or we could use soldier tokens for card draw. Lore wise, uh, this is the dragon that I want to be like a backup secondary commander. So both my commander and this dragon both have haste, but whenever Blackwing Deathless Tyrant deals combat damage to a player or planeswalker for each creature card in your graveyard, you create a 2/2 Black Knight Zombie Knight creature token with menace. So the zombie knights are pretty kind of hard to block because you have to have 2 creatures block. And I know we're going to want Aldrich Master Tactician in the deck because he is going to like give all the keywords to everything else. So if we have an assassin token, those are going to be like Death Touch, Menace Knights, and everything else. So he's going to be a pretty powerful card in the deck. But like Vigilance and stuff, there's cards that basically allow your creatures to get Vigilance and everything. Like soldier tokens in particular are the big ones, but there's ones that affect just 1/1 counters on creatures, which we could do, but I didn't really have any plans for 1/1 counters. But there's a couple of cards, I don't remember if they're soldier specific, but there's a few cards that allow your creatures to block multiple creatures, and so that's what I'm trying to combine things that people don't use for like pillow fort stuff, because there's like 3 cards that allow all your creatures to block an additional creature, and then there's 2 shields that allow your creatures to block an additional creature. So if you had all of those on the field, one creature could block 4 or 5 enemy creatures. And at that point, if you have like a death touch token or something, it could block 2 or 3 creatures just by itself if it's big enough. So all you have to do is like equip a sword or equip something to it, and it could block everything. If it had indestructible, you could just block anything that came at you, or you could just chump block with it and block like 5 things with 1 creature. You know, if I had 4 creatures, but each of them could block 3, You could block 12 creatures with that. That's pretty strong. And since I'm trying to give all my enemies a ton of tokens, that's the main thing here, is that I'm trying to give my enemies a lot of soldier tokens, and I need my tokens to be better than theirs. My death touch tokens, they're fine, but they're not going to be good enough on their own for a defensive line. So I want soldier tokens because I know specifically I can give them first strike and stuff fairly easily. Whereas like knight tokens, they get menace. Um, and then if you're able to give them like double strike or something, it's pretty nice. But I like this artwork, and I don't have any problems with Queen Marchesa's artwork either for the most part. Like I could make that work, and I could put Darien as like one of my 99 to make sense, like King Darien. But we're gonna have Betrayer of Keldor. King Darien could potentially be a really strong defensive option for the deck to just like keep people from not attacking us because we'll just make that many like soldier tokens. But all of the cards that I use in my Darien deck, I think they take up a bit too much space, and they're also very mana intensive. So as much as I would like to use, because like Hero of Bladehold also, I've had the card forever. I don't like the artwork. I never get to use it, and when it attacks, it makes like 2 soldier tokens that are tapped and attacking. The thing is that if I'm giving all of my enemies a bunch of tokens, I can't really make myself continuously use that over and over again, because it'll just die from all the tokens that I'm giving them. So I don't know if it's even feasible for me to run some of these cards in the deck. Like Mentor the Meek and stuff we could use. Um, Knight Captain of Eos we could use. There's a few like creature cards that we could use. Ideally, I want my creatures to be knights, and then my tokens are just gonna be, because like another thing too is like we're gonna have at least one creature in the card draw section. We're gonna have like 4 or 5 creatures probably in the ramp section because our ramp is basically equipments. This is also something that isn't exactly true either. The creatures that I'm trying to run for ramp are probably going to have to be part of my main decks because I have to run mana rocks and stuff that fix my mana colors. So it's going to be pretty hard to get all the cards balanced in general. Um, yeah, so we got to fix all of our mana problems, and we need to probably have. I don't know how to make the deck work. Like at the bare minimum of it, all we would have to do if we wanted the deck to semi-function is load the deck up with token producing sorceries like Darien is, and then keep using those effects over and over. But like deploy to the front and all of that, I don't think it really matters if we use those or not. It's mainly cards like Alliance that gives all of your opponents like a bunch of tokens, but it's not something that we can just use like all the time unless we put recycle cards. And recycle cards are kind of hard to get going in a game as well. But if you got the alliance down and then you got a recycle card down, then you could just sit there and just keep flooding the boards with like infinity tokens to everybody. And then you just want to have goad and force them to attack each other and wipe all their creatures out. That's kind of what I'm planning because most of the people that I play with, um, the older guys have better decks, but the younger guys, their decks are pretty bad and they have a hard time attacking each other. Their decks don't have a bunch of draw. So I'm trying to make something. And I like the theme of this. So the Black Wing or Blade Wing Deathless Tyrant, a 7 drop. this could be a pretty good commander on its own. However, I don't think it's necessary. We could also use Thalia's Lancers to search this card out if we wanted to, depending on how many legendary cards we have in the deck. We could drop a Thalia's Lancers in there and then find this dragon out pretty quick. And because it's a creature search card, we can use it to get more night tokens at the end. That's probably another reason why I'm probably going to drop uh, like Enlightened Tutor and all of those tutor cards, maybe, and then keep like Stoneforge Mystic and all of those cards kind of ready to go, like Stonehewer Giant, that Armored Sky Knight, all those I'll probably kind of keep, depending on how many equipments I put in the deck. Is I'm trying to put a lot of equipment in the deck, and I'm having a hard time because I think anything over like 10 equipments, you have to kind of run less creatures, and like out of your 30 main deck cards, like 10 of those would be more equipments, and then you'd have 20 whatever effects that you're trying to do. So, and I think like in Marchesa's case, we're like goad would be a very strong mechanic. But the other thing though is that I'm not really opposed to not running goad, because if my enemies can't attack me with the creatures and I can still kill them with my death touch, it doesn't matter. But the issue is that if I don't have the goad, it kind of sucks. However, what I am thinking about doing is, instead of running a bunch of goad, I could run maybe 4 of them or something. Something to the effect of like I could build a board state, and then if I run across the alliance card, or I run across the goad card, and then I run across a tutor, then I could search out the piece that I'm missing and like give people a bunch of tokens, have them attack each other, and then just kind of see what happens at that point. Or I could goad them and then give them tokens and refill their board with a bunch of stuff. But I think this is a very interesting card. And I mean, it's black and red, flying, and it has haste, which kind of goes with the other one. And the 2/2 black zombie knights with menace. So how this works with the lore stuff that I'm trying to do with my character is, this is going to be the dragon that he used to kind of protect and grow his kingdom. And it's a skeleton dragon. So this is going to be a dragon that's dead, that he ran across or found or made a deal with or something. And basically what happened is, in the chaos of his kingdom, this dragon's making zombie knights, and he's using those to like defeat his enemies and keep his people safe. But so there's still humans living in the kingdom. So the human soldiers are going to be like our base human soldier, okay? And then once the human soldiers die, they turn into the zombie knights. So when you become a knight in this kingdom, you're dead. So when the soldiers die, they become knights. Which it still kind of sucks, because I want to run like, if we don't run equipments, we could run 1/1 counters, which honestly would probably be better, just to run 1/1 counters in this deck. I mean, if you get death touch tokens with 1/1 counters on it, they're going to be unstoppable for the most part. And then like, if a soldier token has a bunch of 1/1 counters on it, it's going to be massive. So, I mean, it could definitely pop off fairly quickly, especially since this commander can pretty much guarantee almost a 1/1 assassin coming in every turn for free. You can just buff all your creatures by 1/1, even if it's just for one turn, would be pretty strong. And then one of the new cards that I found that gives all your creatures vigilance or something. Um, that's the other thing, is that the cards, like all the cards that I run in my Darien that I really like, they give all your creatures keywords. That's all it is. So they get first strike or double strike, vigilance, um, lifelink, sometimes flying, and then myriad is the other one. There's like 2 cards or something that can give all your creatures myriad, which in Darien is kind of good because like if you make 20 tokens and you attack with the 20 tokens and they make, you know, 40 more tokens, and then with Strionic Resignators you can copy the effect and make even more tokens, so you can literally just win the game if you have the myriad and a bunch of tokens down. You could do the same thing with this, and then Stronic Resignator can copy Bladewing Deathland Tyrant. He can he can copy Queen Marchesa as assassin tokens. Anointed Procession could also do that, but also you got to symbol the Legion in white and black, red, or whatever. You can do a symbol the Legion, which is like a game-winning card by itself. So there's a lot of possibilities for just token generation, and I don't even think that we have to spend mana on it necessarily. But the thing is, too, instead of running like 10 token generation cards, if we just have more and more tutors, we could potentially just search those cards out. Like we could run all the equipment tutors and all of the black tutors, and then just have like 3 of each card that we want. So instead of running 5 cards that give all of our creatures vigilance, I could run like 2, or 3. And then, so like say I ran 2 of them, and then I had an equipment that gave all the third keywords that I wanted. Then I could run Audric as a third option for every keyword, or I could have the equipment, 1 card that does the other effect, and Audric all together. I like Audric in this deck just because if I have Audric on the field by himself and like this dragon, you have assassin tokens that are going to have death touch. Then with Audric on the field, all the assassin tokens get haste, so you get death touch haste. And if the dragon's on the field, they get death touch haste flying. And then when the knights hit the field, they're going to get menace on top of that, which is a really strong combination. But also in this deck, we need protection equipment, so it's just very complicated how we're going to get this to work. I think this was something we're looking for artwork. I don't really like that one anymore, though. So this was another one that almost I was tempted to use for my commander, but there's not enough detail in the back or anything to really work on this. But this picture right here, like when we look at Queen Marchesa, she has that like kind of royal posture about her. So to keep kind of the flavor of the card, I was looking at this. So this is some sort of thing for the King of England. But you see it has these kind of dark armored knights in the back. You have these grand hall. It's all kind of darkish colors, and he got the dark armor and red that's on, and he's wearing a crown. It's not exactly what I was looking for. For the most part, I was kind of looking for more of the undead kind of crazy over the top armor. But then after seeing this picture, I was like, it's not bad. Like, because my original thoughts were that the kind of over the top armors, um, like this and stuff, made him like I was gonna make him more dragon soldier, like follower of a dragon type thing. But then when you look at a picture like this, you're like, okay, he's kind of refined. He's a kingdom, like he's a king of a kingdom making decisions. It kind of has like Game of Thrones Targaryen vibes going on. And then this right here has like black and red armor, right? And it has this dragon in the background. So I was going to use this as a dragon card. And how I was planning on making this work, I probably don't have the other picture up, but there's another picture that goes in between these two, that I haven't found a card yet for. I thought maybe about putting it as a tutor card or something. But things like this are really cool too. Like look, this artwork wasn't here before, But you got a battlefield, you got black and red armor, looking cool. You got a hawk. That's cool stuff, you know. This thing here. You got a soldier coming in. Get this guy who's like behind a wall, like fighting stuff. Doesn't have the red on, but it's pretty decent. Look at this. That's pretty much perfect the way I was looking at. Yeah, this for like an angel card. Because like all the angels in the game are female too. You have this guy. You know, so there's quite a lot that's going on that you could run into. Like stuff like this is what I was originally gonna try and do. But then like you look at it and it looks really cool. But for a magic card, it's kind of over the top. You don't see anything armored like that in Magic for the most part. And it has more of like chaos, um, Warhammer vibes kind of going on. But yeah, there's a lot of options for stuff like that. But anyway, I'm figuring I would use this for the dragon card. And this is going to be the Dragon Lord Marlax when he was younger, after he first found the dragon, and using it to kind of tame the lands around him. And then there's another card where it looks just like this guy, but a little bit older, and he kind of has his head down in shame, like he's done something bad. Oh, crap. Anyway, and then after that, we would have this, which is going to be him as like an older guy after he's already made his kingdom from the ground up and he's kind of guarding it. And then it kind of makes sense because if he's like, if he was a knight and he's kind of went over to the side of darkness to keep order in his land, um, he can make assassin tokens, which are basically like these guys. So, although the cards aren't technically undead or anything, I think the assassins tokens they have kind of a darkness vibe to them. So you can kind of, you know, the dragon can make the 2/2 zombie knights with menace, and he can make 1/1 assassin tokens. But the other thing is that the zombie dragon has an attack trigger, but it also is flying, so we don't necessarily have to worry about tokens to get that effect. But it requires creatures to be in the graveyard for it to work. And so on that side, I'm also thinking it might be okay for us to go with attack triggers because like Hero of Bladehold, the armor, like the artwork, I never use. I never use the card. Every time that I think about using it, I just never do because every time I think about it, I'm like, it's like a 4 or 5 drop creature that's like a 3/3 or a 4/4, and then you attack and you can make 2/1/1 attacking soldier tokens. But that can like it doesn't cost any mana to do that, which is good. But on the flip side, you can't protect those soldier tokens for the most part. And after the creature attacks, like if you can't attack, you can't produce any tokens. It's not guaranteed to like summon anything. But we could also say that the other cards might not necessarily be worth it either because you have to spend so much mana for a 1/1. That's the weak spot of like the other decks is it takes so much mana to produce one token. So you could spend 3 or 4 mana to produce 1/1/1, and then you pay like another 1 mana to equip and draw 2 cards. So you're paying like 2, 3 mana for 1 card. But the commander itself can make a draw card happen. So as long as we have the commander and the monarch down, we can draw as many cards as we want. And then you would want to use some sort of creatures. And I think we're wanting to transition this over to knights because Sir Gwyn, um, Sir Gwyn is a card that can actually equip 0 to knights, which is really good. Knight Captain of Eos can sacrifice a soldier to remove all combat damage that would happen to you. So I'm trying to get, I guess, a knight theme going into the deck. But the thing is too with that is there's not very many cards that produce knight tokens. And then if we use knight tokens in the deck, you can't use knight tokens to attach Skull Clamp to draw cards. And then on top of that, they come with vigilance. They don't have menace. They're not like a super crazy, soldier thing. And then besides, like, True Conviction can give your stuff double strike. There's a knight that can give everything with first strike, double strike. And then there's an archetype of courage which can give all your creatures first strike. But other than that, there's field marshals and stuff that give soldier tokens first strike. But I don't think there's anything that gives knights first strike. Give knights first strike. Alpha strike. A creature has first strike as long as it's blocking or being blocked by a creature. See, there's stuff that in red that you can give. Like zombies as well. Like I don't want a zombie deck, but there's a lot of zombies that we could just make a zombie deck with this. There's a card that's a zombie that gives all your other zombies death touch too. So there's definitely, we could make a death touch build for this deck. I just don't think it's necessary though. Target creature. See, things like this. Each creature control with a 1/1 counter on it has first strike. So if we use something like this instead of the soldier specific cards, this could work. And you can make this card as big as it wants. It's a 2-drop that you can keep putting 1/1 counters on. But you would need a way to put a bunch of 1/1 counters on all your creatures, and doing that is pretty rough. Like, you could put like Cathar's Crusade in there, but you have to keep up with all the counters. It's a game-ending card. And with this, it's just how many creatures can you actually put down and get 1/1 counters on. So I don't know how many 1/1 counters you can get. Dragon Throne of Takir would be like a pretty strong card that we could put in this deck. Because if we just put that on the commander, that you're getting like 3/3 on all your tokens for a turn, and they have trample. So if they have first strike or double strike, that's really powerful. Yeah. Goblin Shaman. Attacking creatures gain first strike until end of turn. That's okay, but it's not as good as having it all the time. It is a fairly cheap card. I don't really want any goblins in here, though. Ugh. This could be really strong. Creatures you control have flying, first strike, vigilance, trample, haste, and protection from black and red. That's pretty strong. This 7-drop, though, it's pretty expensive. So like Angelic Skirmisher is something that we have in the Darien deck, but it is a 6 cost. At the beginning of each combat, you can choose First Strike, Vigilance, or Lifelink. So I like the effect of this just because it has like um, utility. You can kind of choose what you want, even though it's only in combat. And Mass Lifelink on like going wide tokens is just really good. It's an absurd amount of life that you can gain off of this. But also like equipments like Helm of the Hosts I want in the deck because it's like if you get a Helm of Host on Marchesa, every turn you're making another Marchesa, you get the Monarch back, and then eventually you take the helmet off of Marchesa and someone, you know, gets an assassin, like damages you, then you get an assassin token for each Marchesa. That'd be pretty good. So Archetype of Turge is another one. So I like this one because my creatures get first strike and my opponent's creatures lose first strike. It's also a 3-drop, so that's pretty good. Yeah, this is a equipment that gives your thing first strike with a 0 cost and 3 to equip. So it's like you could run equipments that give first strike, and then just search Audric out and stick him on the field. It's just hard. So even things like this could be really good. If you just have a bunch of creatures with first strike and then you like tutor out Aldrich, and then you'd have like one more card that gives all your creatures first strike just kind of sitting around in there somewhere. Like Balan, you can get double strike. I really like flavor cards like this Battlefield Promotion. Get a 1/1 counter on target creature, and then it gains first strike, and you gain 2 life. For like 3 mana, I mean, I don't think it's terrible. I mean, you're basically getting a 1/1 creature, and then you're getting first strike, which could help it kill something right there. And then 2 life. Pretty good. Red creatures you control get first strike. It's a 3-drop. If you had something that gave you Death Touch and you used Bridget in there, this would be a really strong card. 2 damage to each attacking or blocking creature target player controls. Like all you need is this Archer down and Death Touch, and you can literally just stop anybody from attacking until they get indestructible. Each creature you control has Ward 1. See, this is the things that I'm talking about right here. It's a flying first strike. Each creature you control gets Ward 1, which isn't like super crazy. But then you get like that plate mail armor that gives Ward 1 to something, and they suddenly have to pay 2 mana to just use a removal spell on your creature. And then it, like this is like it has Ward 1, so this would be 2, and then with plate armor you're looking at 3 mana. minimum. So you think like this, it's an enchantment, but it's also an attack trigger. So if you can pull off an attack trigger and then Strionic Resignator, you can get another token for 2 mana, which is like the lowest value that you can really get in tokens for the most part. But it's not going to be the best. And then stuff like Danitha, I don't know if we're really going to run. My original idea for the deck wasn't even to have like knights. I was just going to use a couple of knight creatures that give like free equips to themselves in the deck. So Sir Gwyn, um, Sir Gwyn because it could free equip to itself and it could give you card draw if you have creatures that are equipped on the field. So I think that's fine. And then there's another knight that's like a red knight that has like 3 cost reduction to get equipped to itself that you could use. So if you're using knights that just free equip onto themselves, like Pure Steel Paladin could free equip onto itself, I think that's probably fine. You know, and then you still have like Hammer and Mazan and some other stuff you could use. But so we could just use those cards as our knights into the deck. And then maybe Hero Blade Hold, Knight Captain of Eos. Get like 5 or 6 knights into the deck, and then we can swap over to soldiers. Because you still got like Mentor the Meek. So say if we had like 6 knight cards. Well, actually, with those, you'd have Sir Gwyn, Pure Steel Paladin. You'd still have Mentor of the Meek. You'd have Knight Captain of Eos. You'd have probably the 3 zombie knights. That's already like 7. And then depending on what like soldiery like cards that we have, so like that horse card that gives everyone a 1/1 soldier. We could have the alliance card. We could run maybe like a couple of other sorceries, like deploy to the front or something that could dump a bunch of tokens onto the field in an emergency. I don't think we necessarily have to use goad is my logic behind it. Goad forces everyone to attack each other. My thinking is if our soldier tokens are strong enough, we probably don't even have to goad people's creatures simply because they're not going to be able to do anything to us. But the problem is when you go against like higher level players in Magic, they're not going to do anything with those tokens. They'll sack them or they'll just sit there and not use them, and it stalls the board unless you use goad. But also, goad doesn't do anything when it's you like 1v1, so it might not be worth it for me to run goad anyway. Even though I think it's pretty cool, because I also wanted to run stuff like assault armor, because I could take a creature and equip it with good equipment, so like Hero of Bladehold, and I could equip it with like a sword and give assault armor to it, and then give it to my enemies, and they could attack each other with it every turn, and make 2 soldier tokens for themselves. And then when it comes back to me, like I could still do the same thing, but it would give them a chump blocker that they could block my Hero of Bladehold with, which kind of sucks, you know? But it's something that I could use that's like political, because I think you can choose assault armor. I think you can choose if they can use it. Yeah, you may have that player gain control of equipped creature until end of turn. So something like assault suit, I don't know if it would be worth it for me to do it or not. Because like, say even if I had if I had a death touch assassin token and they're fighting over the monarch and I could equip assault suit to that token, they'd have a 3/3 death touch and then they could attack each other with it and keep stealing that card draw from each other. It also would allow like all of my creatures that could attack trigger and produce tokens I could use as a political tool to give people more tokens. So I could empower one of my enemies with a bunch of tokens so they could use against everybody else. I kind of like that idea because it's not super card investive where like I have to have a bunch of goad, but assault suit would be something that I could use to get some advantage on my enemies and also let them use my creature for additional turns, you know? The other thing though is that the opponents could decide to destroy it. That's the only downside to it. If I give them a control of my hero Bladehold, they can make a deal and have somebody attack it. That's also why I like cards like Hold the Line though. Like almost more than Goad, I like this better, you know? Blocking creatures get 7/7 until end of turn. Because like if someone attacks my tokens and I'm not ready, I could pop this down and then like Uno reverse and destroy all their creatures that attacked me. And then if I gave my enemies both like a massive army, I could buff up one of their sides and then kill off all the other people's stuff. You know? It's almost better because like things that goad um goad. I don't think there's very many cards, but so stuff like this I'm fine with. So like at the beginning of your end step, each player may put 2/1/1 counters on each creature or on a creature they control. Goad each creature that had counters put on it this way. So everyone could buff their creature up, and then they could attack. Like they have to attack if they buff it up. But like if I get this, I can put 1/1 counters on my Marchesa. I could put 1/1 counters on all of my tokens, you know, and then I could just equip the token and swing into it. Which I think that's a pretty strong mechanic. It's something that isn't just goad, it's something that they could use to buff their creatures up with and then not attack me. So I think I'm fine with that. Creatures your opponent control with power less than this guy's power are goaded. Whenever a goaded attacking or blocking creature dies, you create a treasure token, and you can choose a background. So like this guy, really strong. Okay, 5-drop. I could use this as a board wipe. I mean, it's ramp and it's goad, and they just have to be weaker than this guy. So we put like a Black Blade Reforged on this dude. Honestly, this is a very strong commander. If we're going to be completely realistic, this is a very, very strong commander. An Elf Shaman. You're telling me if I get 5 mana and mono red, I can play this dude, and literally nobody can attack me. And he makes mana, you know? Like my Neheb the Eternal, I wanted to use that guy as a commander, but this guy's pretty much better. And he gets a background on top of it. That's a really strong commander. It's mana ramp, is a treasure token, and it's every turn, just as long as their power are less than you. Like this is a card I would definitely put in there. So that and this one, like those two, like this is something that I could use on my creatures to make them bigger. I think that's a pretty cool effect that we could use. So I like this a good bit, and it would force them to use their creatures. I would consider this maybe removal, even if it's not necessarily removal that I would want in my deck. And then like, but stuff like this, like until end of turn, target gain control of target creature and it gains haste, untap and go that creature. But it's a one-use sorcery. Take the initiative, sacrifice an artifact or creature, go target creature. So this one, I mean, it's a human shaman, and it's a sack outlet, and you can go to target creature. I'm not opposed to this because I could pay 2 and then sack a assassin token, or I could pay like 4 or 6 and sack and like force somebody to attack with a bunch of creatures. Granted, they can't attack me with it, so I can't force them to destroy their creatures against my stuff. But I like the idea because it basically means like if someone has a really powerful creature on board, I can force them to weaken my enemies for me and tap their. It's basically like pay 2, sack a creature, tap enemy creature, and deal damage to your enemy, sort of. And then Bloodthirsty Blade, you can pay 1, attach it to target creature an opponent controls. So it'll end up getting +2/0 and is goaded. I think that's also a pretty good equip that we could put in here because it's reusable. It's an equipment that we could search with an equipment card. It's not too expensive, and you're paying 1 by itself to goad. Like if you get this plus the shaman down on the field, you could pay 3 and just goad 2 creatures. You know? And it might remove those 2 creatures or it might not. The thing is like if the creatures are really powerful, you can't do much to it, but you could destroy someone's weaker stuff onto something stronger, or you could use someone's stronger stuff to destroy someone's. Like if you're playing like a 3-man game, right? And one of your opponent has like a 20-20, and then the other opponent has like a couple of 4/4s, and then you have like some 1/1s or something down, you can force the big guy to just absolutely kill the small dude's stuff, and then you could swing in behind his big one and kill off everything. But we'd still want targeted removal somewhere though. Goaded creatures your opponent control can't block. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, goad target creature an opponent controls. So I don't think this one's worth it. 3 target creatures get goaded. Yeah. Attacks one of your opponents, double its power. Goad up to X target creatures your opponent controls. Yeah, so this is a card that we fought with last week in Magic. It actually is really strong because it just doubles their power. It's really strong. Goad all creatures you don't control. Whenever a non-token artifact you control is put in a graveyard. That's the wrong colors. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, gold each creature target player controls until your next turn those creatures attack. So like stuff like this, I could see this working out pretty good. It is a 6-drop, so it would take a while. It has first strike on it. It's an elemental, so it's kind of eh. But whenever a land enters and it targets one player, so we can specifically kind of make one player weaker. So I think that's something to consider. The other thing is like I think targeted removal is important, but I don't know how important. Like Argentum Armor is going to be in the deck probably, but we need more targeted removal than that most likely. And I think specifically in this deck, we need more like enchantment and artifact removals, and then the goad will be kind of the creature removal board wipes, sort of. I think that's the plan. Attacks, you may go target creature defending player controls. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to player, guard target creature. Oh. Okay. Tap target creature and then goad it. I kind of like this. Whenever you attack a player, tap target creature that player controls and goad it. Whenever an opponent attacks another one of your opponents, you and the attacking player each draw a card and lose 1 life. So that's pretty good card draw. Is kind of expensive. Potentially, this is like 3 cards in a turn. It's a 5-drop, 5/5. So it's not terrible. It does make us lose life, though. But, I mean, that right there is already 4 or 5 cards. This is actually just card draw, though. That it's basically just like a better card draw engine than the mono white cards. You don't have to, it's just them attacking each other. It gives them an incentive to attack because they're going to uh, get another card, but every time someone attacks, you're getting an additional card. So if everyone's doing it, you're going to be drawing multiple cards. So it's kind of worth it. The downside of this is that you will be losing quite a bit of life just drawing cards, but I do like the flavor. It is quite expensive though. So it's pretty good. Deals combat damage to a player. See, things like this, I don't necessarily want an equipment dog in there, but it gives menace. When the armor or equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, goad each creature that player controls. So, I mean, it's not the best, not the worst. Has to deal combat damage. Hmm. I don't understand this. The tokens are goaded, but they don't... Oh, the more creatures it has. Okay. It's a first strike trample, and the more creatures it has, the more damage it does. And they're goaded, so they can't attack you. It's a pretty big threat. Hmm. I also want to like use stuff like entrapment maneuver. So like I could goad somebody's creature, force them to attack, then use entrapment maneuver on it. Or I could like take an assassin's token, put Blackblade Reforged on it, put assault armor on it, turn into like a 20/20, give it to my opponent, have them attack, and then I could like you could put murder investigation on it, so when it dies you create that many tokens, and then like you could entrapment maneuver it and make that many tokens off of it too. So I think that's pretty cool. So like maybe instead of sorcery cards that just give me tokens, I should play things like those. They give me tokens like when something dies, or make someone sacrifice something, and then maybe I could put the recycle cards in there. I don't know if it'd be worth it. It might just be worth it for like a one-time use kind of thing. I don't really know. So we can give somebody 2/2 and goad their creature, and then when it attacks, you create a treasure token. That's kind of interesting, but it is an Aurora also, so I don't know how useful it is. Put a double strike counter on target creature, then goad each creature that had a double strike counter put on it this way. If you do, change to each. Put a double strike counter on target creature. Okay, so if you basically you can pay 3 and give something double strike, and then you goad it. Or you can overload and give all the creatures on the battlefield double strike, and they get goaded. I don't know if that would be good or not, because I'm assuming the double strike counter stays, so all your stuff would get double strike for as long as it's still alive. But you also have to go through a round of goad. But also, this says until your next turn, so you could play this like in your second main phase, and then your opponents would be forced to attack, and you wouldn't have to. And then all your creatures have double strike. That's interesting. 7 mana though. Hmm. You can give them your creatures. Vengeful Ancestors. So they have quite a few goad cards these days. I think this guy would be really strong in the deck if we have our equipments in there. Just because all you need is one equipment on him, and then anything whose power is less than his is goaded. not only is it tapping their creatures if they don't have keywords, it is then forcing people into tough situations and not allowing them to attack you. So not only is it kind of pillow 40, it's kind of removal, it's kind of pillow fort, it's kind of unblockable, and it produces you treasure tokens. And honestly, this would produce a ton of treasure tokens. If we're going to be absolutely honest with ourselves, this would produce a lot of treasure tokens. It's like all you need in this is an equipment. You snack an equipment on that. Just want a Black Blade Reforged, anything that gives like 1/1 counters. This thing is gonna get big. Like just 1/1 counter on this, like all night tokens, all soldier tokens, every turn being goaded would be a nightmare for a token deck, especially starting out. And then if they have like 20 tokens, you're creating 20 treasure tokens a turn. Insane. So I'm gonna call it right now, like this with Neheb the Eternal mono red deck would be absolutely like this card, Neheb, and like Betrayer of Keldor and a deck together would be super strong. This with Neheb in general would be very strong because if you like if you buffed this, let's say, to like a 20/20 or something, like even a 10/10, right? And you attack and hit somebody with that and Neheb's on the field, then you're going to be getting 10 mana for the second part of that turn. And then every time your opponents attack, you're going to create treasure tokens. So like you could potentially have a turn if you had him and Neheb on the field. Your opponents attacked each other with like 5 creatures each turn. You have 15 treasure tokens. You sack all of those to do like 15 damage to somebody. Then you get 15 mana again at the end of that turn from Neheb. And then you could just smack all of it again with like another spell or something. Like that's pretty nuts. I'm still a big fan of Neheb too. Like just the sheer damage that he could do would be really crazy. But Neheb, you're pretty much forced to use it one turn. This card, you could store those treasure tokens for a while. So I think this is definitely an include. This is already looking like Marchesa's going to give everybody like a lot more stuff. This one I think is probably okay, but it might not be worth it. You're goading a target creature. This one is probably better because it costs less and it's searchable. And it doesn't require a sack creature. So, but on the other side, this one is a creature which works with the zombie dragon. So, there is the potential of this having more synergy with the zombie dragon. This is a potential 2/2 zombie knight token. But Bloodthirsty Blade, I mean, this is also a single target. Whereas, like, this is pretty much everything. A target player, just like when a land enters. So if you have this and you have like Sword of the Amethyst or something on the field, you attack, it triggers the landfall. You could potentially go to 1 to 2 people per turn. That would be a pretty crazy combo. You're basically like making someone completely unblockable. Like you could just come if you attack somebody and get that landfall trigger and you goad that person, then they're not going to have really any creatures to block you the next turn. And it's just like a vicious cycle. and then you're forcing them to just get rid of all of their creatures every turn. You know, like if you attack the person, if you find an opening to attack, or like even put a land down and just goad the strongest person at the table, and then you could go behind them and just smack them for damage before they can kill everybody else. That's pretty good. And then this thing, whenever you attack a player, tap target creature that player controls and goad it. Whenever an opponent attacks another one of your opponents, you and that attacking player each draw a card. So this is pretty good because you could say like send in an assassin token and it's going to trigger because you could then goad. Um, so I could send in an assassin token, and when you attack a player, you tap target creature that player controls. So it is basically swing in unblockable if they only have one creature, or you could the creature that you want them to attack with, you could just tap it, and then it's goaded, and then you could potentially like take the monarch back from somebody, and then when they go and try to attack another one of your opponent, like whenever they try to attack next turn, you're like basically guaranteed one card. But this is also a triggered ability. So whenever you attack a player, you can tap a target creature, but then if you have like Stronic Resignator, you could pay 2, copy this, and tap a second creature and goad it as well. And then whenever an opponent attacks, or you could just have this attack or something attack, goad one creature, and then when it comes back around, when they attack, you could Stronic Resignator and get 2 cards off of this card for 2 mana, which isn't too bad. You'd lose 2 life as well, though, so. I'm definitely thinking this crazy little demon-looking thing, the Rager, and then this other thing, definite includes, but they're all like 5 or 6 mana. So we're already looking at a deck that's pretty similar to our Darien deck, and that's pretty crazy. This is also something, it's a legendary, so this is something that we could search out with Thalia's Lancers if we were to use that card. So we could search out this draw card, and we could search out this legendary card here. But Thalia's Lancers is also like a 4 or 5 cost compared to like the mono black search cards, and she only searches legendaries, whereas the mono black search cards can search out anything. So if there's like a 4 or 5 drop, but also Thalia's Lancers is a creature, so any of the creature searches could probably be pretty good for us. And she's like a 4 or 5 drop as well, so the CMC of this deck is already getting pretty high. But just the effect of this goad, like if we Thalia's Lancers this Shaman out, you're basically, if you have this and something to buff it, you're basically not going to take any damage ever until you're the last person on the field. So I like that Pillow Fort method of goad a lot better. Bloodthirsty Blade I still think could be good, but if we're not having a bunch of goad, it probably isn't worth it. This compared to the other card that can give us draw, like this compared to this is going to be better. Just forcing them to attack with everything. And then this right here, just like whenever you attack a player, tap a creature and then goad it. But it's also card draw by itself for a 5 drop. This one right here is potentially better because it has menace. I mean, as long as you're able to swing in for damage, this is basically like you get a 2/2 menace. So if we have a death touch creature token, we could literally send it in, and the minimum it's a 3/3. They block it with 2 creatures, both of them instantly die. And then if this deals combat damage, then they basically have to block it. Otherwise, they're just going to have to attack with their creatures, and then you get in free next turn anyway. So it's like that's pretty crazy. Like this, I think this is how like the removal cards that you want to use. This is the kind of removal card that you want to use because it's not something that's like a targeted removal, but it is something that basically is making the enemy unblockable, but it's also forcing them to block potentially Death Touch assassin tokens. So the menace is pretty good. I don't know about this one. I mean, it is a 4-drop. The other thing though is like this attacks it gets so like when you play this card, if you have Strionic Resonator, you can copy the triggered effect, and then if it's not a token, each opponent creates a token that's a copy of it. Um, and the tokens are goaded every turn. So you already have the potential of having a bunch of goaded creatures here. Minimum of like 3 in a 4-man game. But with Strionic Resonator, you could copy this triggered effect, and then you could make 6, and then whenever it attacks, it gets XX until end of turn, where X is the number of creatures they control. So it's a minimum of 2, potentially more, and then you could double this with Strionic Resonator, and it would have the ability to kill itself. The only thing I don't like about this is it's giving basically if there's any buffs on the other people's stuff, they're going to be able to kill each other's thing with this. So I don't necessarily like that as much. And this I kind of like. So yeah, because this is, I mean, pretty cool artwork. It's a 2-drop to give one of your creatures double strike or an enemy creature double strike, and then goad the creature. So you could use this on your own creature at end of turn. And just give it double strike, or you overload it for 7. Everybody's creature gets double strike, and then they all slaughter each other before your turn comes around, which is pretty big. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably not that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 goat cards. That'd probably be fine for me, just to have 5. The thing is, like that compared to like hold the line, I don't know. But we're looking at 5 cards right there that could potentially goad everyone's creatures. Well, 4 of them that could goad everyone's creatures, and 1 that's just like a card draw spell. But 4 of those, basically 4 board wipes, but they're 4 repeatable board wipes besides that 1 spell. Like this thing is repeatable. Assassin token, Death Touch Menace. Repeatable per turn. Repeatable per turn. Just card draw that has like a single target. Potentially repeatable per turn. And this is like a one-time use that can give all your creatures double strike. So we could be removing this down to 3. Because I think even if we get rid of this card here that gives our creatures double strike and we used like True Conviction, which is like a way more expensive card, like 6, 7 mana. I mean, we're gonna be spending 7, 6, 7 mana anyway. If we give our stuff Double Strike Lifelink, that's probably better. So we can drop this down to 3 gold cards. And this also gives us a equipment that's searchable. So there's that as well. This equipment's searchable, so pretty early on into the game, we have the potential of searching out this armor and throwing it down. It's also a creature, so we could throw that down on the field and swing in with it potentially like turn 4. So we could have this down before Marchesa even like comes down, and then swing and figure out what to do with it after that. If Marchesa comes down 3/3, attaches to it 5/5 with Menace, Death Touch. It'd be 5/5 with Haste, Menace, and Death Touch. And that would be pretty good. Alright. I'll probably hop off here for a little bit, though. We still got to plan this deck, but now that we got these 3 things here, these are going to be our board wipes. So I'm already kind of making that distinction right now of these being board wipes. If we do a 4th board wipe, it's going to be Martial Coup. That's going to give us a bunch of soldier tokens and a board wipe potentially. We could do the Elspeth Planeswalkers, but I don't know if it's worth it. I have an extra, like, one of those laying around. If we do that, it brings us up to, like, 5 board wipes. And the Elspeths, they have very situational board wipes. Like, anything over 4 power gets destroyed. So, potentially, we don't really want to use those. Also, in this deck, compared to the Darien deck, it's harder for us to use, like, Gauntlet of Power or something because we have multiple land types instead of just one. So we need to solve our mana issues. We need as much ramp as we can get. Potentially, we still want Strionic Resignator, because at the bare minimum, like, we could use it to copy the Monarch effect maybe, and then draw a card. Yeah, I mean, there's the potential that we could use it to draw an extra card on the Monarch, and then there's the potential that we could use it to create an extra Assassin token, which could help us out pretty much early. I think would be pretty good. So, but I got to think on this a little bit more, and I'll try to start making a deck list at some point. And then we're going to go and try and find artwork. After we get the deck list, we're going to try and get artwork for all the cards, stick them on there, and we're going to try and get these custom printed instead of going and buying cards. But some of these things I just don't know if, like, I don't necessarily want to put in the time to find the right card art and stuff to stick in. Whereas, like, this Battle Armor Dog is perfectly fine to me. I don't have any problem with this card. So I could probably just use the same card art that it has. But like some of these things like this, I don't have a problem with this card art. Technically, I don't have a problem with the Marchesa card art. I just would prefer to have a Dragon Lord Marlax card deck. And if I'm going to be doing proxy cards anyway, I kind of feel like just getting it out of the way and doing it and having my own card. But things like this, like I'm not opposed to the card art on that either. It's like all these are pretty good. This guy's fine. He has the color scheme. Everything's looking pretty good. I'm considering these, like when I look at this too, this is a board wipe potentially that's also ramp. You know? Like this is a ramp spell that could be a board wipe spell. Granted, the goading, attacking, or blocking creature has to die. So basically, if the opponents don't block, you don't get the treasure tokens, but it's attacking or blocking creatures. So, like, if an attacking and a blocking creature kill each other, that's still, 2 treasure tokens, potentially. So the guy is pretty strong. Elf Shaman doesn't really go with our soldier theme, but he is also a creature. So that's the other thing that we like. This is a creature, this is a creature, that's a creature, and this is a creature. So those are four like utility spell slots that are also creatures that basically kind of keep everything going with the dragon thing. Because like we could use Lorien of the Third Pass still as a removal spell, um, for artifact and enchantments if we wanted to, and Knight of the Dawn and all of those cards, and they would be considered creatures, so that we could actually um, get more menace zombie knights with the dragon later on, but it's just kind of hard to say off the top of my head. The other thing is that, I mean, I don't think in this deck that we necessarily have to be scared about putting things in the graveyard. I I would probably worry if somebody milled us or something and we lost our main dragon. I don't have any planned way of recursion really in the deck besides maybe the sort of light and shadow. That's kind of the only thing that I'm thinking, because Sun Titan is okay, but it's not good enough to get back um, most of the creatures that are in the deck, mainly just equipments. If the equipments get destroyed, we're still going to have. Basically, how this is going to work is if we have the equipments, they're going to make our creatures more powerful, and we're just going to continuously use the equipments. If they destroy the equipments, then we either get more equipments or we're still going to have soldier tokens. If they destroy the soldier tokens and the creature buffs that are giving the soldier token keywords, we're still going to have goad and assassin tokens to kind of block for us and get more card draw. And then if all else fails, we should have the zombie knights and the dragon. So if we can find the dragon after we lose all of our supporting soldier creatures and stuff, then at that point when we attack, we're going to get a bunch of 2/2 zombie knight tokens with menace. And still at this point too, we have our commander, and all the assassin tokens. Like 1/1 assassin death touch tokens is going to be pretty strong, I think. I think just the sheer fact of us being able to destroy stuff with bows on those assassin tokens is going to be pretty strong. So there is that. But yeah, I'm going to take a break. We'll be back probably later this afternoon or something. So